Wedgie Ninja. No way it's your Wani. Oh, sorry. This is HanziHero. We completed our Wanikani um page. This is what the Wanikani page looks like. Recently the Wanikani page changed, right? So this is what my Wanikani page looks like. But we just finished our session with that. I guess this is what they meant by customization. The Wanikani, I mean, it still looks relatively like that as well. You're still pretty early on. You mean you just got to unlocking level 3 items and notification telling you to pay them for the rest of it? Ah, yeah. How are you enjoying Wanikani right now? Alright, folks. Welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第270有天. It is day 279 with HanziHero. Welcome. Yeah, I do Wanikani first, then I do HanziHero next. HanziHero is kind of the other side of things for my 2025 project. So HanziHero teaches traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese, which HanziHero looked like this from the start when they launched about, I guess it's been 2-3 years now. But it's quite similar. On the surface, it's quite similar to Wanikani. So, similar principles using SRS system. The mnemonic system is a little bit different, and that's where the things are different. But yeah, welcome to the Wanikani community, I suppose. Definitely check out the Wanikani forum page under third-party apps. You can totally since their dashboard just changed, so you probably experienced that. I'm not sure if you started recently or you were right there when they changed the dashboard. In the forum, in their third-party section, there's quite a lot of people actively adjusting to the dashboard changes. Hopefully you're having a very fruitful and engaging and motivating start to your Japanese language learning journey. Obviously, when you're saying they're about like they're getting the notification about paying, you must be getting close to reaching the end of the trial period. And there are other ways. If you look around, even on the Wanikani forum, you will likely be able to find how to continue your studies and whatnot if the paying and stuff is not accessible, because there's still Anki. People can definitely get you situated on Anki, and quite a lot of other competitive apps. I purchased Wanikani's Life subscription, and it's also the same for HanziHero, because it was an investment that I wanted to make to cover for this year. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of background. All right, folks, we have three terms from yesterday. We have fu for carry on back, and then we have it fu dan, the two associated. So fu. That's carry on back, and it's combined with dan. How does this work? Dagger with feet. Oh, I'm missing something. What am I missing? Got the legs, got the hand. I'm definitely missing one thing. Dang it, done. Oh, words. Actually, that's not strongly part of the mnemonic right now. This is carry on shoulder. You're enjoying it from the sense of feeling like you're actually learning the language. You wrote down all your items on a notebook soon, and as you get new ones, nice. It's really rewarding to like fill out a notebook and then like get that satisfying feeling of having a record of your practice. Yeah. If you're worried about payment, right? Once you finish the trial, at the forums, that is a very common question for these things, and oftentimes like subscriptions and stuff can be inaccessible to quite a lot of people. So looking at Anki it takes a little bit of a learning curve for Anki, but you can still capture a lot of the Wanikani thing. And then if you're really into the Wanikani specific things like mnemonics and whatnot, Anki is a platform in which other creators also utilize these techniques in a very similar system. So you can gather all the things that you enjoy about Wanikani, and then you're already writing in notebooks and stuff, so that's already transferable to everything else. That satisfaction can be carried with you for sure. Immediate was 直. Oh no, 急. What was 急? Silver and postage. Yeah. Immediate. I'm obviously doing it in a way of recording and writing. Tell me how to continue so you're not left with nothing after finishing each other. At least you're far enough to know your icon radicals are child and roof. Ah, yeah. Child and roof. Yes. My icon. Oh, yes. Yes. That is, yep. Yeah. This is HanziHero's logo, right? HanziHero. They use 字 or ji, which means character in both Japanese and Chinese. You'll find that traditional Chinese overlaps. So oftentimes I do these back together because they kind of complement each other for myself. Some people could say it's a little bit of, you can get it mixed up. That's true also. But it's nice. I do both. So this means the same. This captures the same meanings at both traditional Chinese and Japanese. Oh no, it's this is the name of the app. So anything that I use, their logo and stuff is referring to what that is. So whenever someone asks me, what am I using? Right below it. Right below it. That's what it is. So like, for example, if we move over to Wanikani, Wanikani is right below. In case people ask, it's right there. There isn't a like Wanikani or a HanziHero section. These things don't have sections or anything like that. And for the record, I simultaneously stream to both Twitch and YouTube, and YouTube doesn't have Twitch doesn't have a section for these either. Okay, but I understand. I understand about the placement. All right, let's get into our lesson.
埋藏
Okay, 埋藏, bury and 藏, bury and store away. Bury, okay.
埋藏
埋藏
欺骗
欺骗欺 bill and hamper. Oh, deceive 骗 deceive 欺骗 makes sense.
欺骗接纳
接纳接 welcome 纳receive welcome receive admit. Interesting. Like to admit someone in instead of admitting to accept. Oh, interesting. Accept and admit. How's this? 他们接纳了新的团队团队成员. Okay, so to allow in as well. Okay, fair enough.
接纳
接纳
傍晚
傍晚帮 roster one. No, close to. 傍晚 close to the evening. Or close to late evening. Dusk, at dusk, nightfall. That's okay.
傍晚
傍晚
山坡
香坡 this one's a little weird. 香坡 mountain mountain slope. Oh no, that kind of makes sense. Hillside, mountain slope. You're definitely gonna look into all those Anki and other stuff to finish learning Japanese now. Also looking into the community a bit too. Thanks. Yeah, take care. I look forward to hearing some progress. Like, oh, what I mean is whatever you do, like come on back every once in a while. Maybe like 2 or 3 months down the line. I would love to see how quickly you take off. The beginning months of language learning is incredibly rewarding and stimulating. Also, right, appreciate and don't overwhelm yourself, right, too early on. There's quite a lot of options out there. Good luck. Thank you, Ninja. Okay. Hillside.
山坡
makes sense. Okay.
埋藏
埋藏
欺骗傍晚山坡
江坡 Oh, I suddenly switched half and half and typed Japanese and Chinese. Oh. Sorry, no idea how that you ended up there, but yeah, you'll be plenty excited to come back and show you my progress. Yeah, until next time. Yeah. Good luck. Ganbare. Ganbare, ninja-san. Ninja. See. Yeah. よろしくお願いします. Okay, Admit. Yeah, nah.
接纳
Alright. Gang Ko. Makes sense. Okay.
港口
Oh, Gang Ko. Well, yeah. After Gang Ko.
隐藏
Yin Chang. To hide and it looked like store is much more of a complimentary. Like the nature of the bearing and the nature of the hiding.
隐藏吸附
Qi Fu. Deceive. Oh, cool. Carry on back. How does man. Okay. You're gonna have to help me out here. One way to bully someone is to deceive them by making them look the other way, then picking them up and carrying on. Okay, fair. That doesn't help that much.
吸附
Just remember bully.
容纳
Rongna. Contain. Na. Receive. Oh, interesting. Hold.
容纳
Rongna.
矿藏
Quantang. Quantang. Minerals and for mining. Hang. Storage. Mineral deposit. Makes sense.
矿藏
Quantang.
港口
Oh.
容纳
Rongna. Okay.
吸附
Cool.
隐藏
隐藏
矿藏
暗藏 Next
收
one, next
藏
one. 收藏 收藏 that's interesting too. Accept oh, receive. Oh, that's receive and it's not accept either. Oh, interesting. Oh, there's gonna be somewhat of a problem with collect and receive and store. I can see a weirdness going on here. Okay. Leave and store.
收藏
收藏
藏品
藏品 collection makes sense. Or a bunch of products.
藏品
藏品
挨饿
Oh my gosh. 挨饿 Interesting. Suffer hunger, yeah.
挨饿
挨饿
旗
Qi? Oh, that kind of looks like a qi. Flag. Kirby is inside the living room of the house, where he has established a base in the corner near the TV. He has a clothes hamper on the floor. Oh, Kirby and your clothes hamper. On the floor to serve as the walls of the base, and has a flag on top of it. In Kirby's hands is a compass and a handgun. Oh boy. Incidentally, these two things are also painted on the white flag that serves as a base banner. Kirby is ready for anything, and the compass makes him know he's always going in the right direction. Oh, this is probably TI. Probably can combine it with I. Wait, what does I mean again? Oh, thus? Oh, I'm not sure if it... Actually, maybe it might not be able to combine with thus. I don't know how I feel about this. Kind of cute, but kind of weird at the same time. Compass thing. Let's go with it. 国旗 makes sense. 白旗 white flag, yeah. 旗袍 I don't actually. I'm too uncultured for 旗袍. Black. Oh, it must be like. Oh yeah, it is. It's the dress. I kind of equated a 旗袍 旗袍. I kind of equated to like yukata, right? Yukata. Very distinct, and it just goes by those names. What does this even say? No. Banner, got nothing. Other thing.
旗
Imagine it and we'll be good, hopefully.
报
Flag is rough. Oh, to explode. I think this is probably gonna get linked with either... Oh, it could be like bao bao. Like violent explosion, bao bao. Or maybe like bao jia. Probably bao jia. Bao jia for explode explode. For sure. Oh, Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the barn where he is terribly bored once again. He got some seaweed, okay, and snowflakes, and mixes it into the pile of manure by the sink. Then he gets a sun out of his pocket. Okay. We're gonna extend from our previous mnemonic. The Bart is in the bathroom of the barn. He is once again... What was the other one? Oh, violent? He is extremely bored doing chores during the winter. Right, during the winter. During the winter day. Yeah, we can use day here. During the winter day. So he decided to make some to take some of the seaweed out from the snowflakes. Set them on fire. I'm trying to make things explode. Oh my. It's not great, but maybe we need manure as well. It's fine. This was fine. We're fine. Oh, 爆竹. Interesting. Firecracker. There it is. 爆炸. Okay.
报
Okay.
收藏 报
Okay, I'm relying on
旗
these characters being... They look like the sounds that they are now, so... we're kind of sort of relying on it, but the translation can get lost if they're standing alone without a context sentence. Like this one. This one can get lost.
藏品
tongue, tongue.
挨饿
哎呀 All right, drop. D, really? It does look like a D as well. Okay. I think the closest one I would use is probably D. Oh, but it kind of looks like Jai as well, because Jai is just one finger away. Which kind of deals with dropping. Diddy Kong is in front of the house where he finds a strange antique that is in the middle of the lawn that keeps on spraying off water as though it's some sort of lawn sprinkler. Okay, Diddy Kong goes over to it and takes a banana and squeezes out a single drop of banana juice onto it. That single drop stops the antique from spraying. This character means drop as in drop of water. Oh, okay. I see. The water thing could help out too. I feel like Diddy Kong is more like just jam a banana over it, but they needs drop. So they ended up using the water drops. Interesting. All right, banana juice. Squeeze the banana juice. Come on, it's good enough. UD, UD. ED. No, ED, ED. Oh, bit by bit. Oh, that's kind of cute. Despite being a water drop, this is kind of figurative.
低铜
Oh, got copper. Okay. Copper's to. No? Yes. The tong checks out. Tarzan is inside of the temple, sitting in front of a bunch of monks who worship him. Interesting. He wears a metal mask out of copper, and the monks think it is holy. Tarzan has no idea that if he puts on a copper mask, he'll be so venerated by those. Okay. I feel like the other way around would be kind of more interesting, but all right, I think that's fine. Qing Tong, bronze. Qing Tong, pure copper, bronze. Tong Quang, copper mine, makes sense. Tong Pai, bronze metal. Okay.
铜
Pool. Pool. That does somewhat look like a pool and a boo. And a pool. Oh no, that's kind of a lot. Okay, pool. A shop. Kind of look like yacht. Popeye is in the bathroom of the house. Popeye is such a rare one. Contention for top 2 spots. Popeye, Naruto, Neo, Naruto, and Popeye are still probably easily the rarest ones. Popeye is in the bathroom of the house where he set up a shop. Okay. In the bathtub are his wares, a bunch of metal trellises used to help grow spinach. His shop is called the Metal Trellis Spinach Shop. He has it written crudely on a piece of cardboard that he has nailed to the door. He sits on the toilet waiting for customers. Hmm. Oh, he could. That's fine. Kind of weird.
铺设
To wade. Oh, hey, wade and fording. Right? This is ford. Yeah, to ford and wade. I remember having to look up what ford and wading was. Kawani Kani. Alright, so ford and wade. Shrek is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, which is flooding. Okay. Water sprays everywhere, and all the muddy footprints that Shrek usually has are all washed away. He grabs an... that's interesting, footprints. That Shrek usually has is all washed away. He grabs an electricity line above to keep himself from slipping as he wades through the pool of bathroom water, leaving no footprint because his foots are somewhere. Footprint. I feel like walk is fine, or steps. It'll be fine. I think that's fine. Yep, interfere. Gung she. I'm not sure if it's gung for Japanese. 设置，设计。I think it's a different interfere, different character. Oh no, it is this one because it's counterintuitive, right? That's the mnemonic for Wanikani. It's counterintuitive, so it interferes. Dry to wade through water.
设
I remember that.
玉
You. Oh, there's a lot of reputation. Oh, yeah. Space capsule. It's been a while. Space capsule. Back to Yugi. Yugi is in the bathroom of the house, going to the bathroom, when suddenly a space capsule comes crashing in. This is not the first time Yugi has encountered the space capsule. Yi is the other one, right? Yeah. Smashing the tile floor. Yugi opens it, and out comes words that float around the bathroom, talking of Yugi's legendary reputation. Yugi notices that the space capsule has a note that some space species heard of his reputation and want him to enter the space capsule so he can go to them and be worshipped. I'm actually kind of curious. How much? Pretty sure Yugi has a bunch of space theme stuff, right? Yeah, because there are cyber dragons and aliens, right? Yeah. So, I got you. Mingyu, reputation makes sense. Rongyu, glory, reputation. To seek fame and praise. Interesting. Different gu. Gu Ming Da. Gu Ming Diao Yu. Okay.
玉
Alright.
滴玉
Alright.
铜
Right. This one might get
户
lost.
社
Mediocre. Oh, yeah. Okay. Alright, 152. We're about to hit our new milestone. And I have yet to decide if I'm going to take a pause and go through these before doing this. There are quite a lot of them. Like, continue to do reviews. Less so lessons, but do reviews. It's getting... No whammies, please. Oh boy. Already gone. What? Dang it.
肺脏
它有健康的肺脏。
What? Should have switched to machine a long time ago. Blank. I can start. Okay. Not even help the machine thing. Not particularly either.
野生
我怕野生的狗。
屎
What? Oh, there's another character on the right. oh, okay, that's fine. I lost my mind for a moment.
脸色
他的脸色变得很惊讶。
训
Oh no, wait, that's interrogate.
颜面
他的颜面充满了温暖。
It's still complexion or face. Okay. Oh, wrong tone. Antian. What the Antian? like a hint or a clue? Ay, ay, ay. What?
另外，
我还要跟你谈另外一件事情。
Like other, another? Okay.
尿
What happened here? I feel like that's good. Hmm. Um.
饮
Wow.
母 太空
太空站，
What in the world? Okay. Hmm.
上游
船在向上游行进。
Okay. Huh. I don't know which one's weaker, the right or the left one. Wait. Oh. Oh, wait. Ooh. Oh, wait. What?
贫穷
他的童年很贫穷。
Okay. That is rough. Okay, hold up. Okay. Man, Chong just Chong is not good. Not good.
中心
文章的中心意思，
Then what happened here?
安检
在进入大型活动时，
Oh,
大家都需要接受安检。
safety, safe, security check. Okay. Okay. Heck! What? Ah. What is that?
文章，
他的文章通常都很感人。
Like, yeah, sure. What? Oh.
夏日，
今天是一个炎热的夏日。
It's the simple ones. Um. Heck. It's not that. Ah. Hmm. Hmm. Oh.
不易，
跟他相处可不易。
胆小鬼，
他是个胆小鬼。
胆小鬼。
家，次序，
请依次序回答问题。
Or like organize one more time, order. Yeah. It's fine.
送，定，
or to decide. Okay, they don't even take setup.
反对，
我反对这个提议。
Ooh. Heck. Oh, 考虑。
参加，
我要去参加派对。
Old. Fine. Just gonna push that.
奋起，
我们必须奋起反抗。
我们必须奋起反抗。It's like do, exert, rise up, yeah. Rise with force, yeah. Which is also like supporting rise with spirit. That's fine. The meanings carried there.
考虑，
我们应该考虑他人的感受。
Consider. Yeah. I just it's she it's just no.
流血，
你的鼻子流血了。
金融，
他在金融公司上班。
金融 what like metal melting? What?
吉他，
这把吉他很贵。
Transliteration.
需，
It's like must, need. Jinrong? Describing company? Like... Oh my. Okay. Alright. That's fine.
据说，
据说他很聪明。
It's like suppose. Evidence say it is said that supposed allegedly, right?
设置，
请帮我设置一个提醒。
靠近，
他的房间靠近厕所。
or close by, leaning towards, close by, next to. Okay.
措施，
我们必须采取安全措施。
or arranged, set out, measured, yeah, steps, make arrangements. yeah, arrangements. Basically measures as in plans, things that are already set in place.
水井、
他在水井旁洗衣服。
Whoa. I just typed whatever there.
保护、
我会保护你。
仔细、
他仔细地检查了每个细节。
摄影师、
这位摄影师很有名。
摄影师
路灯、
入黑路灯都亮了。
Oh, street light. Street light, probably.
猛然、
他猛然站起来了。
他猛然站起来了。OK， 猛然。方向什么？方向盘。
方向盘、
驾驶员突然转动方向盘。
哦，OK。
平、
Oh no, that's proof. We're looking at proof. What am I looking at? What? Like an agency, right? Huh. Oops, that's a typo. Hong is a weak one. Kind of practiced it. It's not. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I messed up the right hand one. So it's fine.
竹叶、
熊猫喜欢吃竹叶。
宏大、
这个计划十分宏大。
上山、
我们计划周末上山。
大麦、
大麦和小麦有什么不同？
What? I swear I thought I typed that already. Oh! Oh. I was typing Jiao instead of Xiao. No, that's fine. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Heck.
最佳
他获得了最佳演员奖。
It's not Kai. Don't do it.
降水
雪是一种降水形式。
What? Oh, I typed the wrong. It's fine.
佛教
他信仰佛教。
耳宏观
宏观分析帮助我们理解整体的趋势。
Microscopic? Heck, microscopic. Or macroscopic, not microscopic. Macroscopic.
圈
That one's a bit tricky. How did I screw this up? Oh, Xiao. What is going on? Oh, dang it. I went through so many permutations of that. Oh my gosh. We'll have to reset when it comes back around. I guess I can put... I don't know which one is worse. 介绍 or 介 or 校. I don't know which one's worse. Jie Shi is how I find that it's Jie. And then Xiao is a violator because all the others are Jiaos, not Xiaos. So, that's a little interesting. I keep thinking Shu. Oh no. Marikani has a hold. What is that? That's a butler, right? It's gone. Like, that's massive interference. Yo, oh, it's a mutant. Oh, mutant and drop. That's not good. Alright, let's go change this up. There's no way. It has to be a little bit more complimentary. Let's see. Trying to fix up his cake of a Capitol building that was accidentally dropped on the floor. He puts some water on it and shoots it with a ray. Yeah, and at once. Even the definition would have been lost. Which one was Shi? I wrote Shi. What was the Shi that I missed? Find out later. Alright. Let's see. So Jimmy is in the bathroom of the bakery. Capitol building. maybe like trying to do many things at once. He received a mutant. He had to drop the things he is the baking he is doing to receive a call from the Capitol building about a mutant outbreak. Okay. Okay.
星期
下个星期
Okay. That works
就
pretty well. Pretty well now.
介绍所
婚姻介绍所
衬衣
衬衣破了一个洞
You practice that. um Man.
「柱子
这根柱子太短了
Okay.
上帝
我感谢上帝
披马尾
他剪掉了他的马尾
Man, does this one suck.
盐
Eventually I'm gonna struggle with that. Oh, I missed a U again. Okay. Okay. Whoa, wait, that's not. Oh, okay. All right. I'm like, that's not okay. What? Is that not what I think? Oh, no, it's not. Uh,
波
this one had to practice multiple times.
拥抱
小孩喜欢拥抱他们的父母
Yo means
意 闯
What? How could I be so confidently wrong? Oh no. Oh no.
原料
这些原料是用来制作纸的
I thought it was like charge through things. What? Or like break through things. Rush. Yeah, that's fine. Charge is good enough for the image. when you rush through something, you're breaking through something. But if you're charging through it, you're also breaking through it. That's just fine. Okay.
纠纷，
他们之间发生了一场纠纷。
栏目，
这是我最喜欢的栏目。
吵，愤怒，
他对这个结果感到愤怒。
愤怒。Whichever. Okay.
截止，
作品提交截止到下周一。
What's another way to say stop? Oh no, wait. Yeah, like completely stop? That's a little weird. Huh. Excuse me. Uh,
纠正，
老师纠正了我的发音。
I don't know what I messed up there. We'll think about it after.
震动，
音乐的低音让地板震动。
It's like stopping. It's fine to end. Alright. Fine to stop, to close, all of them. Finish. To just cut off. I mean, basically just a cut. Not in the literal way.
冷酷无情，
他的冷酷无情让人无法接受。
That was a weird pause. Uncool, 无情. Like, there was an interesting pause there.
皇帝，
古代中国有很多皇帝。
截然不同，
他们的观点截然不同。
Did it to end. Okay.
驻华，
驻华记者报道了这则消息。
气愤，
这件事让我感到非常气愤。
The what?
宗，宠物，
我有一只宠物猫。
Oh, that's how you. Oh, interesting.
脚掌，
你可以按摩我的脚掌吗？
线，
What happened here? Wrong tone. Wrong tone.
幻想，
他的幻想很有创意。
酷似，
他的声音酷似他的爸爸。
吞，
It's Yuki.
塞，遭，清醒，
他是一个非常清醒的人。
Like awakened, purely awakened, sober. It's okay. It's okay. There's. I think there's more than that.
宠爱，
他宠爱他的孩子。
Gosh darn it. Not again. Ah, man. "不要做 something." 不要做 something. 脸的事。Some part of me wants to put Diddy Kong in this. I don't know. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Hmm.
火箭，
火箭不能解决人类的问题。
It's not the first time that's happened. Won't be the last either. Just don't like elbows. Elbows are bad. Get rid of all the elbows. Slowly but surely, we'll get rid of all the elbows. What in the... What in the left character? I mean, all I have is... Which I don't think that's right. Huh.
蛋，盲人，
盲人能读盲文。
忧，圆，
Hmm?
特权，
特权是不公平的。
怒气，
他的怒气很大。
文盲，
这个国家有许多文盲。
赢，
Oh, that's Jing. Oh, I almost typed Kaidan. 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 What is that? That's 阶段
阶段，
这个计划分为几个阶段进行。
or stage, yeah. Kaidan.
交警，
交警在十字路口。
Oh, wait. 交警. Oh. Is it like traffic police? It's probably traffic police.
巨大，
巨人是巨大的。
Or big, giant. Giant should be fine. Alright. I only have what looks like a scepter and an elbow, and it has to be attached to a face. You don't have to do something matter. No dice. It was Diddy Kong though. Deal. It was Deal that I was thinking of. But I don't know what it was. Lose. Okay. Lose. So Deal is still weak. But it would be the thing that am thinking of. How do we make Deal better? Did we try? Oh no, we didn't, because elbow. I haven't decided. This was before I decided to get rid of all the elbows. With only keeping very specific. Elbow is the alt meaning. The dominant meaning is not elbow. So Diddy Kong is in front of the bakery. Where he is. Oh man, how do I even... Oh yeah, he is looking... There's just not much to work with. He is looking for the scepter with the help of another person, which is what elbow is for. Actually, maybe we'll use private. Akon, Diddy, where he's looking for a scepter from private dash of stolen goods that was accidentally thrown out with old croissants, right? Other baked goods. Yeah, Yo would be the one that I was looking for. That's why I typed D, but I forgot to add the whole Yo. Graphic. This one kinda sucks. It's like making the mound of
塔
and its pagoda. Ugh. Ugh. What is happening here? Oh, I keep adding an I. Oh, okay. I should make sure not. Definitely need to check on that.
节
This one's kind of tough.
经
I'm like, which unit of measure is it? Unit of measure.
仓
I don't want to get started on unit of measure. Growing pains. Growing pains.
杰出
他在工作上很杰出。
The what? Immediately, I want to say, heck.
羽毛球
他是羽毛球冠军。
Lost this one. It has an alligator in it. What the alligator? Ta 忘了带 something some sort of shoe 去去什么 I'm not entirely sure if I have those. But what could they mean? It's going to a place or something. Going to do something or place. Forget to bring this and it's shoes. I don't know what the alligator stuff is. Huh. Probably light. So we're talking like maybe sandals? Oh no, it's not. No, I don't think it's... Oh, it could be actually.
拖鞋
Bullshit.
他忘了带拖鞋去沙滩。
Yeah. What did I say? Jiatan? Do I have these characters? The beach. Jiatan? Jiatan? Oh, I do. I have Xia. Tan? Xia is a sand. Tan? Where do I have Tan? Okay. Huh. Okay. Alligator. Alright. That really was the best I got. I don't... Yeah, I don't know. Definitely a loss now. This one is kind of weak too. The right one.
群岛
菲律宾是一个由许多群岛组成的国家。
撤离，
居民必须撤离。
厌食症，
他因为厌食症住进了医院。
你
Heck a knee. Show you a knee.
缺乏，
这个城市缺乏水资源。
Oh no, all I can think about is yellow. Oh, okay, it's fine though.
横，军舰，
军舰上有很多士兵。
测试，
你测试过你的新手机了吗？
Heck, I went for it and I failed.
半岛，
这座城市坐落在一个半岛上。
决策，
我们必须尽快做出决策。
It's to decide or plan, strategic. Early decisions, fine. Strategic decision it feels like a formal term, probably. How do I righteous the what? Somehow. Ah, that sucks. That's gonna be a problem.
血液，
协议是红色的。
I don't know at the moment. Oh man, shoujo. Oh no, it's not.
症状，
他的症状越来越严重。
Oh wait, is that Joel? Oh, that's supposed to be Joel, probably. Oh, interesting. I finally made the connection. Yeah, shoujo. Okay, interesting.
暴力，
暴力是不对的。
消灭，
我们必须消灭所有的害虫。
How do you make something disappear? Okay. All right. Let's think about this. Oh, I got it.
乙，
You heckin' scepter face secret stash. Secret stash, secret stash, secret stash. Yes. Okay. And I failed by typing the wrong thing. So, fortune and shellfish. Somehow. You know, actually, I think I know what this is. Heck! God. Dang it. I think I'm gonna give up on that. I don't. Oh, I was thinking of this.
外
Yeah, I was thinking of this. Dang it. It's almost like it was planned. Ah.
丢脸
不要做丢脸的事。
炉
I want to type,
某
but I'm not quite sure why at the moment. Oh. Still no dice on this. What does that say? 他没有 something 的朋友. Probably very close, or bet like a close friend. Or maybe a trustworthy. I was going for like trustworthy or loyal. Oh wait. No. Oh, wait, no. Sorry. Where am I getting hung up? I think I'm getting hung up on fortune. Oh, wait.
贴心
他没有贴心的朋友。
It's like intimate or close. Okay. I'm like, what are all the ways to express close and intimate? Tasting and attaching. Okay. Happening here. No, not like this. That's supposed to be vermilion. No, vermilion has this stroke. Oh,
叠
humble is still weak.
墨
That's no problem.
公液体
牛奶是一种液体。
Oh. Yikes. No, not that. Oh man, this one really is
会
weak. Oh my gosh, intelligent. That's so weak. I thought the back and stuff was fun. Is to not right? On to are a. What is going on? Oh, wait.
须 平凡
这是一件平凡的事情。
Dang it. Tree. Oh, I got stuck on tree. I keep trying to think of a white towel. Why do I keep thinking of a white towel? So,
棉 半途而废
他常常半途而废。
I swear, man, just slap the elbows off. Just kick the elbows to the curve. Okay. 我提出一个问题。Please something let me bring up a problem. It's allow, right? Bunch of allows. So I'm gonna say 允许 Is it not 允许? The left side is not correct. I think.
止
Huh? Oops. Yeah, I didn't think that was it, but
朗读
他喜欢朗读诗歌。
洒 绑 粉
oh my gosh, this one's not
扎
good.
沿海
他们住在沿海地区。
what? Uh,
超短裙
okay. Uh, mm, oh yeah. It's yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she. What? What? Man. Okay. What's going on here? Oh, I missed the U.
装
Pretty sure it's you. No, yeah, it's yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I accidentally typed yeah. Sorry. Yin, yin. It's definitely the infirmary, not the electricity plant. That's
允
fine.
许
Yingxi. Yeah, it's definitely not the electricity plant. I don't know why I was thinking of yeah. It's fine. I still don't know what the which sure was I messed up on. 你好, 你好. Hello. Oh, it was start. Hajime. Okay. Go over our stuff and we can start our Inktober prompts. Today is probably the quickest I've ever started Inktober. Might actually get some sleep today. Hi. Hi, Rala. Okay, let's go over Hamper. Hi, you're also an artist who studies Japanese and sometimes Chinese? Hello there, Beep. Hello, being an art. I'm not an artist, but I do draw. Yeah, I like drawing and happen to study Japanese and Chinese. What do you do in your artwork? Are you interested in maybe like doing Japanese and Chinese related artwork as well? Yeah, hello, all three things. That's neat. ¿Hablas español? I don't know if you're into Spanish as well. What are you doing right now for your artwork? Right now I'm doing Inktober. The reason why I said I draw things, I don't really do artwork outside of October too much. However, no, pero yo sé un poco. Okay. That's great. Mismo? Mismo. Yes. Hablo un poco español. Pero leer pero entiendo leer más. You mostly draw aminals? I only draw a aminal, so you got me. You got me there. Are you doing Inktober by any chance, Beep? Yeah, solamente uno animales. Mostly. Yo también on that Spanish reading level, if I understood you correctly. Yeah. I was saying, I can't. I speak very. I speak seldomly speak Spanish, but I read a lot more. I read a lot more Spanish than I can speak. Most of the time is listening and listening and reading for Spanish. I haven't gotten the chance to work on my Spanish speech yet for a while. I was trying to fit it into the Chinese and Japanese, and it's very difficult to juggle everything. So it's been quite a pleasure to meet other Spanish speakers who happen to also like other languages. I feel like Spanish is in the conversation when Japanese comes up, who also speaks English. And then an artist, yeah. So those things kind of go hand in hand quite a lot, which I find very comical, or really not comical in the sense of haha, like it's funny in the weird sense, but more like haha, it's funny how life is. Not doing Inktober though, that's fair. Do you which one occupies more of your time nowadays? The drawing part, the Japanese part, the Chinese part? How is it going? I've been conversing a lot with someone who is very ambitious about trying to release a family cartoon lately, so that's where most of my time. So we've been focusing a lot on art talk more than language learning lately. Currently Japanese, but you go back and forth, being more strong in one or the other. I see, fair enough. What is it now for the month of October? Do you do any Halloween things? I haven't talked about Halloween in a while because Halloween's coming up. I'm sure there's quite a lot of people who like this month is doing, you know, Halloween themed things like month of fright and stuff, which makes me very irrelevant to this conversation. Nah, you're not into spoofy things? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not the greatest on spoofy things either. Even my art and stuff, most of it is rarely ever dark stuff. I'm like into sad things, but probably not spooky things. Sad, happy things. Contrast. May I ask, do you are those things you do for enrichment? What is it? Is it a hobby, profession? What are you going for? What is your skill background? Let's see. I'll go through these as here. T. Nope. Nope. Oh, this one's kind of weak. Yeah. Oh, that's weak. Problem. Oh. Sure. All hobbies very much for enrichment with an optimistic hope to see them in the future for something greater. Okay. No worries, no worries. Thanks for entertaining my questions. Interesting. They're all hobbies so far. I'm kind of curious how they're gonna come together. I'm also doing this as a hobby for sure. They're like enrichment, but I'm something that might be a little bit different is I don't really plan on synthesizing them in a way that would be for future career moves or anything like that. I haven't found that opportunity or spark to want to do any of those things at the moment. A little bit on the older side of things. With that said, this past week, I might have found something. I'm looking to invest in people at the moment. So not so myself, but I'm looking to, most of the skills and hobbies that I'm building now are more to figure out and participate in other people's crafts, because I'm kind of looking for people. Maybe create a investment, or trying to find points of investment. Let's see. Antique. Oh, this is the banana thing. The home. Ooh. Okay. That's good. It's good to get involved with other people, specifically for finding a long-term purpose. Collaboration can be a big driving force. It can be. I'm looking to... we're kind of at this intersection where I want to collaborate with someone, but not so much in a creating mutual thing, but more of an enabling thing. So I would love to start a project in which someone else's goal is to make it sustainable. So start a project, make it sustainable, and then leave, kind of situation. Yeah. That's kind of what I did most, or the goal of most of my life, is to do things that create standing projects on their own. So more so being a founder, trying to do a founder thing, and then leaving once the project gets up and going on its own. Trying to create breathing, self-perpetuating projects. So I'm looking for points of investments for that. That's a cool goal. You haven't thought about that kind of thing? Yeah, generally speaking, I would say, if I'm being a little presumptuous here, I'm being a little presumptuous here. When one is in a career and they're still building themselves up, so they're still looking to build themselves up, as in create things, make it big and stuff, that I feel is a lot younger and youthful, and I am looking to invest in someone like that and people like that. For myself, it's not a bad thing, it's not a good thing, but I don't quite have that type of drive anymore for the time being. Oftentimes this can be seen as a depressing thing for maybe people in approaching their 40s or whatnot. I don't see it like that. I kind of want to invest in people and see if by sheer serendipity that I might maybe get motivated to want to do those kind of things again, like to be driven to want to create something that is in my own image, right? For now though, it is quite a fun roller coaster ride of opportunities whenever I hear and ask questions about people and their ambitions. For those who persist and continuously reciprocate, I look to find some way to invest in them. It's my way of capturing my old professional goals, which was teaching, coaching, mentorship, and stuff. That was the initial plan my entire life to ensure the independence and critical thinking skills and whatnot of people younger than me or the next generation. So I've always considered myself to have a passion for teaching since ever. So that's kind of what we're doing here in a more new age way. However, the way the internet works at the moment, there are a lot of conflicts of interest that makes this stuff a little bit more difficult. It requires enterprising, which is something that I would like to think Hank is a good way. Hank Green is a really remarkable example of someone who has the entrepreneurship, the enterprising motivations combined with that call that I'm referring to, the call of ensuring the prosperity of, you know, the future generation and empathy. Because to me, when someone is in that position, which I would say humbly myself, a somewhat lacking desire for self gains and whatnot is also an solid indicator that the person is really comfortable. So I have enough is probably the phrase I would say. Most of the stuff that I do, I have enough of. Now I'm looking to see and find committed individuals and like entrepreneurs or startups to invest in, because I want to use my skills to see who to invest in the future. So it's been some years now. It's close to 6 to 7 years since then. Pretty nice to see all the opportunities. Like I see people, that's kind of a little weird way to say it, but not necessarily a business proposition, but it can be seen as a business proposition where you see people and their potential. Good on you for embracing what you are and recognizing your shine in it. Very valid. You might have to adopt that mindset later on, to be honest. That's, in my opinion, when one finally gets to that position at some point, I do actually, personally, this is my personal opinion. I think one stage of life near the end, like when you get older, when you get to that position, I think that's a natural position people to have, because in order to get to the position, you have to be very comfortable already. You're like, yeah, I'm good. I've created this. I have reputation, right? I have reputation. Now it's about future. It's about the future, right? Leaving a mark, creating something, or impacting someone else's future. Hear me out. This is my rationale because I'm still alone. Like I don't have a significant other, but one life experience that a lot of people have or are entitled to have is to have children, right? And that is also the similar aspect. But since I don't have a child of my own, nor do I have someone immediately towards me, I spend most of my time doing it outwardly in a different way. It gives that human experience that you have as you grow older. You take your experiences, and now what do? You create legacy. So it is kind of a alternative when one doesn't have a little one of their own or a family of their own. Yet, there's still time, obviously. You've always been a supportive type and also love teaching. Yeah. See, here's the dark, there's the not so pleasant side of teaching. Teaching is unrewarding. Like what I mean is it's not lucratively rewarding to be sustainable. So in my opinion, the best, quote unquote, the more carefree and secure a teacher can be in their lives enables them best it maximizes their potential to contribute to the future, because when you're contributing to the future, it's a self-sacrificing thing. So I would love to hope that in the future this goes up. People do the things they want to do, achieve them, and then they reach a state of mind in which they will then focus on passing it on to the next generation, right? Unfortunately, because of resources, distributions, opportunities, and environments, humans can become very ill-equipped to be in that position, despite being parents, even hired to be teachers and whatnot. Strains of finances and conflicts, politics, violence. Those things do obviously paint a more realistic picture of this stuff. But I still am very hopeful to meet people who, when they are very privileged and comfortable with their lives, incredibly successful, that they enter a state of mind in which they love helping the future generation, which is what I enjoy doing most of the time. It's the most rewarding thing I can possibly do. You actually resonate with this a lot. You don't have children and not planning to, but investing in people around you is a big goal. Most of my closest friends, they are professionals. Like, they're professional couples, or what I mean is they're active professionals in like and highly educated. They nearly all of them, pretty much all of them, decide not to have children. But what brings their life, at least I think, what brings their life joy is their significant other and their contributions to society as they grow older. So you do what you can to find that feeling of belonging, at least in my opinion. You've been working on being the best version of yourself for a similar purpose. That's what you're describing. Exactly. So if I'm learning Chinese, if I'm learning Japanese, I'm playing video games, that type of thing, my mindset is there is enjoyment. Like, I'm not saying there isn't enjoyment, but it's secondary to how I can make that enjoyment relevant for future peeps. Like, talk about creativity, talk about things. Most of the building aspect is to gain empathy and be relatable. And then I start plugging my reasons, like, hey, you know what? I really love this game, but let me break down why I like this game. And let me tell you what I think about when I decide to buy this game, and then what I can learn from this game. So the idea is kids play a lot of video games. Younger people play a lot of video games. Now the question is, have they continued to think about why this video game is fun to them? Why did they pick this video game? How they're spending their time motivated by these things. And to me, that eventually gets the person to a state of mind where when they're in their 20s and stuff, they are looking for things. They are looking for what they want. Discerning why they are making these decisions. Because personally, I can echo a bunch of like content creators who do this professionally, like Dr. K or something. I think for the foreseeable future, I want to, until it becomes a social norm, that algorithms, business tactics, how to consume things, and decisions are becoming more proactive in promoting younger people to understand and problem solve why things make them angry, why things they dislike, and where they choose to make decisions. That used to be a thing, in my opinion, at graduate school taught me and college taught me. That it's one of the valuable things about tackling a career choice and whatnot. So we bring it to everything here. Even like, how do I convince someone to be interested in language learning? What are the perks that could happen when you decide to learn a language? Let's find out. Let's find out together. And then when we play video games, like, oh yeah, let's talk about how to make this video game important to you and me. Or if you're not interested in how it's important to you, I will demonstrate to you why I think I'm playing this video game, because of the nature of understanding the industry, the other people, and in addition to self-satisfaction. So finding like deep meaning in all the things you do. Going into your 30s and your 40s with a life of regrets because an algorithm shows you a better version of something you may or may not desire. That's kind of what I'm thinking about in terms of it may not be true in another 5 years, because obviously these type of dialogues are happening now on a larger scale, like unintentional side effects, right? Or unintentional hyper optimization of business models are creating what I like to think is the very reason that I'm having a difficult time investing in very particular young individuals, because many of the young individuals rarely ever express nor communicate effectively their visions and desires and ambitions. They are often very indirect, have social anxieties, communication deficiencies, and whatnot, and often deflect and defer to content creators and other sources of information that is not their own, like that they have not experienced on their own. So it's been kind of all related. So that question about getting involved and stuff, they're all related and stacked on top of each other. You think a lot of these specific things because you're into game development too, I see. And the psychology of what makes a game fun, for example. Yeah, one of the more recent essays that I've written to myself, I haven't shared most of these essays yet. I find that when I find the opportunity, one of them is, what's the point of difficult video games? What's the point of difficulty in video games? I've tackled this a couple times when I'm playing video games. I have like a fairly couple ongoing essays in the back, but usually I save them for when they come up when I'm doing the task. I guess when you find the right people, it'll be more obvious because of how rare they are. That's true. That's one of the other ways to look at it. When you see the opportunity, like, the diamond in the rough things, it becomes very obvious. I'm willing to give up that by seeing it in a lot of people. So that's the goal right now. While it's rare, and I'll take those rares, I want to contribute to the pool of whoever else who is trying to make it less rare. Like, there was a time that when you talk to someone online, like talk to kids, they would at least be interested in sharing their own experiences. Nowadays, I think it's far more that they're like, oh, I just want to be like this person. Okay. How are you doing that? It's like, well, I just watch them. But are you doing any of those things? Like, well, you're collecting data. You hope that you sponge that stuff. And it kind of sort of works. Kind of. But in my personal experience, I think 9 out of 10 individuals are so disinterested in their own lives. You ask them, like, for example, I don't think you are one of them, because you specifically introduced yourself and initiated your own interest and then tried to create a point of empathy right away, right? That is indicative of someone that I am not talking about. So you are an individual who speak in a manner that is not the average norm. The average norm is you ask something and you might get a reply. You might hear something, but usually it gets reduced to, I'm just floating. I'm just chilling. I'm vibing. I'm drifting. I'm kind of bored. And that is the stuff that I would say it's a disappointing and like more of a bleeding heart situation. Maybe, and I like to think in the future, this becomes less and less common, because it's kind of rampant at the moment. And it's rampant in a way that it can be preyed upon. It can be predatorily controlled and manipulated when you're looking for anything to move you. So as much as I like being moved by other people, I'm not a person who requires to be moved by something in order to do things. Younger individuals now, I'm not entirely convinced that the vast majority of younger people are self-motivated, impressionable, all up in their own life, being ambitious and whatnot these days, often on the internet, the people that I meet on the internet. So there's a pre-selection, right? It's usually confined to people who are watching YouTube and Twitch. And that's what I kind of want to change. The hyper of at least one person or two people, maybe a month, get them to be interested in their lives. And the first thing I think I can do as a stranger is ask them about their lives. When they get in my opinion, when they get used to explaining things or looking forward to explaining things, right? Like you keep every day you say hi, like this person says hi, but they don't say anything back. I'll ask them about their life. Eventually they might answer back with something, and then I'll ask them again, a different question and a different question. And maybe in my mind's eye, despite being a stranger and not a working professional, by the way, when they walk around, they will remember something like, oh, you know what, this is pretty interesting, maybe I should go and tell the stranger. And then maybe they'll go and tell their friends and tell their family, because the idea is the individuals that pre-select themselves online are drifters. They tend to be drifters. They're so disconnected with their lives. Like I can tell you, it is a night and day. It is night and day between someone who's going on YouTube and Twitch looking for entertainment, looking for things they want to look for because they have ideas that they're looking for, versus someone who's looking to be entertained because they have no idea what is entertaining them, right? Like doom scrolling is a really great example. TikTok, you go on TikTok to be entertained. You have no idea what is entertaining you. You're trying to fill in the time and hope that something entertains you. Well, that is useful for someone who also knows about themselves, right? It's both. The thing I'm highlighting is one is really dominant right now, and it's the idea that you lose agency in your life. All the younger, like a large number of younger people have lost agency. They're not only trying to be entertained, but they're not gathering any inspiration from anything. They're more or less open slates to be manipulated by whatever is most common. And that's not technically legal, but that's not technically illegal. So there's no precedence, but there are moral and ethical concerns about these things, which are being debated right now, where, well, if you keep targeting younger people, you can get them to move anywhere they want because they're no longer motivated to either say, oh, you know what, that's interesting, but I can make something even more interesting than that. Like they're no longer self-thinking or urgent, or have urgency to create an identity of their own. Which is what education is very interesting to me now. You haven't actually noticed this phenomenon yourself of people being kind of drifting and disconnect from this, but it would make sense with how little time people spend in silence thinking. Yes, I don't even know what they're like. Oftentimes when I ask them what they're thinking, it would be a blank space, or they would say I don't know. That's what I've gotten so far. I've asked probably a series of 5 to 10 questions nearly every single time. My sample size is not that great because of the selection factors on algorithms. Usually I would say about 1,000 a year, and it's been like 6 or 7 years. And what I mean is 1,000 a year who are able to maybe respond to 3 or 4 of the questions. And then the rest to like maybe 10,000-ish a year, the rest 9,000, probably no response whatsoever. Or some like meme propagation of an echo chamber thing where we're not really talking with each other, we're more like talking at each other, or they're just telling me, they're adding me, basically they're shouting something and then they have their response and they're good to go, right? So not much to invest in. With that said though, the last couple days, communicating in memes, and the memes don't have enough identity. There's not enough identity in the memes to know if they are communicating in the memes to express something, or they're propagating a meme because that's what people do, right? Like saying hi can only go so far, right? And when I say hi back, it's like, what's on your mind? Gone. The person's gone already, right? That's what they wanted. The hi was what they wanted, and that's perfectly fine. I like to think when they're doing their hobbies and stuff, they're still self-developing and all that, instead of going to say hi every once in a while for like 6 hours straight on different streams. That's very different, right? Like, if I go to someone's stream, I'm actively thinking how I can contribute to the stream or take ideas and gather and learn from the stream, right? It's in response and it relative to all the things I have. So I can distinguish between what the things I like and compare and contrast with the things that are presented to me. Like, I don't necessarily think a lot of people do that anymore. Not that they have to, because if they like one thing enough, the algorithm and whatnot, targeted things can make you feel like that's the only thing you like. They probably do it, I think, for a sense of connection, but maybe they struggle with connecting past that surface level. Exactly. I actually think that's a very conservative presumption, because that's the presumption that I'm acting on. The reason why I can act on it a little bit more vigorously with the struggle and connecting is when I speak about communication, like talking about what things mean and could mean and stuff, it's a point of interest. So I'm not saying the people that I met do not have natural curiosity to discover and figure out how to communicate. In my opinion, there's a lack of demonstration or opportunity to do so. So, the individuals I talk to, if I was just jibber jabbering with myself and taking whatever little grains of inspiration that they have and talk about it, they seem to genuinely like and get involved in that discussion. So there's no like lack of capacity, that they are not interested in becoming connected or having relationships. Thankfully, I like to think that's not a permanent thing. Like, there's no quote unquote, like language learning where people believe there's a critical period. There is a critical period for language development in previous cases, right? There are case studies about this, unfortunate case studies, right? Serendipitous natures of studies. This, in my opinion, I think that forming of connection and trying to communicate between self-expression and what is objectively, statistically normal, that type of negotiation, I think that still exists. And when people say hi and whatnot, the question is, how can you get them to naturally communicate that or be welcoming in that? And it hasn't been a normal tendency because you get squelched on the internet. That type of thing gets drowned by statistics. Like, one voice is 1 in a million. So I talked about this a little bit. Knowledge is very different from wisdom. However, it leads to wisdom. Now, hear me out. When you are very young and you're looking to develop some wisdom, but if you get inundated with knowledge comes with this really like human condition. When knowledge comes quickly, it also leads to the valley of despair very quickly. And one of the essence of valley of despair is the feeling of smallness. And smallness cultivates imposter syndrome. So it's very difficult to distinguish between someone who is detached from life and ambitions, like life ambitions and whatnot, or drowning in knowledge. Because when they drown in knowledge, aspiration dies as well. A spark dies. Because what do you have? When someone says, oh, I'm not doing anything special. Where is that coming from? Is it because they don't care that things are happening, or that they know that it's not special because they are inundated with every possible permutation of the best case scenario of what they could possibly do, so there's no point? The smallness. And when I was still a professional, like when I was still working on my career, right, in science, the more knowledge comes with trickled wisdom to cope with the idea that there are a lot of people doing what you're doing and you're trying to belong to the whole. However, I think at an early age, when you're still developing your own identity and you're getting inundated by all the possible examples, you feel small. Most of the things feel insignificant. But I think that's something that adults, more experienced people, at a later stage will be able to reconcile, right? Like to this day, I still start with when someone says, oh yeah, your drawing's really great. It's like, it's not that great. I enjoy it though. That's the compromise between realistic perception of wisdom with the knowledge of stuff. So if you know someone is really like, oh yeah, like for example, streaming, right? You have 0 viewers. And then with the knowledge that that is not the statistical average. And there are even exceptional cases that cater to millions of people, right? So why not you? That is smallness with knowledge. And the question is, when smallness comes too early, is there a process? Usually, no. Because they didn't even get the chance to participate in the process. Like language learning. If you look at Japanese and you see 5,000 kanji, you're like, nah, it's not worth it. And you start learning, it's like, but this person took like 1 year to learn 3,000 kanji. It's overwhelming. It will crush your aspirations immediately for someone who's inexperienced with the process. So like you haven't done enough, in my opinion. A lot of individuals have been so well informed, as in they're really smart. They have a lot of knowledge, but they haven't done any of those things. So there's not enough wisdom to counter the nihilism. The effectively, what's the point of doing something if someone has already done it? The imaginative capacity that maybe one day you have something to contribute, if not for yourself, maybe for your immediate environment. So you get closer to the intimate side of things. Like, what is it that make you happy? It's such a difficult question to answer nowadays. When I ask someone, it's like, well, what are you currently doing? Does that make you happy? And you might be thinking, most people would say yes or no or something like that, or have some way to describe it. But usually the response that I get is, I don't know. And it's okay if I see like a 13-year-old, a kid still aiming for their discovery, but it goes further into their 20s now. Like I'm talking to 25 plus, and they're not even sure what they do with their free time actually makes them happy. It's a little concerning, right? It's a very sad thing when someone has not had the opportunity or support necessary to get in touch with who they are exactly. And that's the early stages. Creating identity is one of the classical early stages of child. It's one of the more consistent child development strategies, I guess, or phenomenon. Since everyone innately has something to offer that was developed. Exactly. The notion of knowledge with no sense of yourself, yeah, that would lead to drowning. Knowing who I am is what gives you direction. Exactly. So then you can make direction and purpose of the knowledge. You can apply the knowledge. You seek knowledge with intent. Right now, people seek knowledge reactionary. When a problem comes up that you didn't plan for yourself, you go look for the knowledge, right? And you solve that problem. But that's good. That's what the internet does really, really well. When a problem comes up that is unexpected, that doesn't necessarily rely on the sense of self. But there's other parts to, in addition to that, there are parts where, well, when you're not having problems, when you're healthy, you're young, you have free time, there isn't enough sense of self to go seek knowledge that is applicable to you. Instead, in my opinion, how the majority right now of younger people seek knowledge is they go online to be told or be exposed to what should be interesting to them. So then you can hyper optimize that. So when someone says this is the best drink you'll ever have for your nutritional needs, then all the kids will buy that. Because it doesn't matter what they think. They rarely ever have a sense of what they're looking for. They are imposed by whatever is most massively shown. Memes are one of them. So you can definitely tell which is which when you're talking to people. Oftentimes there's idiosyncrasies of the identity and self in the way you talk. But if you match up to my patterns, right? Like I like to study people, sociology and anthropology stuff on my on habits. So I look at linguistic patterns and whatnot. I'm not a linguist, by the way, but like in my immediate environment, I read and document what common behavioral patterns are because I need that to get in with someone. So like if the stranger says hi, I need to at least understand something. What are the highest propensity or probability that this person would be interested in? Because they lack a reciprocating communication skill. So in order to get someone to express something, if they're already having trouble expressing something, you have to spend time understanding what it is that they experience. So then you can make that connection first and then be able to initiate the seed, right? Planting the seed. So nowadays, it's not a coincidence that I choose learning Japanese and learning Chinese. It's also elevating other things, but it's not a coincidence that I chose video games as a platform and mental health as a platform for talking, because communication skills in a sense of introversion and how to create like friendship beyond interest-based relations, right? Those are the things, because I think, in my opinion, all of those things come up every single day for these individuals, but they don't want to express them nor tackle them. So instead, I use myself as an example in order to make it relevant. Like, I describe my teenager self, which is coincidentally many of the symptoms and consequences persist today and even heightened by the internet. And that is the idea of not feeling a sense of self. Because back in the day, I was the only Asian in wherever environment I was. So trying to find a sense of self when you have no way of gathering or finding, what do? You try to be like everyone else. So that's where I started until I went to college, and then everything changed, right? That's when individualism was balanced with standardization. I was able to find a sense of self while still taking in information of what the standards are. Like when someone says, oh yeah, my art isn't good enough. Compared to what? Explain. It usually be like, I don't know, I just feel like it isn't good enough. It's like you have to be able to explain that. What are the standards you're comparing it to? And then what is it that define your dissatisfaction and satisfaction with your art? Because when I see the art that person makes, I see a really well-practiced person that cannot describe what it is that make their art theirs, which is interesting. Like it happens with video games, it happens with their content creation. Sometimes it even happens when I ask them, what are you going to do in college next year? So that still happens that still happened when I was a kid, right? Like when I was younger, people were still discovering things in their 18 to 21. The years have gone longer now. So now I feel like I wouldn't be surprised in another 2 or 3 years I'll encounter someone who's in their 30s who still having difficulty understanding, like if we were gonna go do something, what should we do? And their first response would be like, I don't know, let's go look at the top rated restaurants and see what people think from there and then make the decision. Like, okay, what if it's a restaurant you want to go to and it just happens to be not the people's cup of tea? I actually don't know the answer to that. Like I'm genuinely curious how people respond to that. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, and that goes back. Let's tie it all the way back, right? That's what I'm doing, by the way. If I'm drawing, if I'm learning Chinese, if I'm learning Japanese, I'm doing it to demonstrate that I can myself, and then welcoming all the individuals who would probably have your hot takes from online. So using their hot takes, I want to see if I can participate with them. So when someone said, which is ample, you have a lot of examples of that. So if you're going to stream something, there's going to be one of the most common frequently asked questions and or interactions is someone's going to give you a hot take. It's unsolicited. It'll be direct at you. And then that's where we start. I asked them, why do you think this hot take applies to me? What do you know about me, or are you able to see the individualism in me, and then also the individualism in you that is synthesizing a collective statistical average? And it is through the process of doing all of this, in my opinion, like all of the above, having a balance of that leads to a proper, in my opinion, a proper balanced lifestyle that it feels like you can take on the world, at least for as long as you're living a healthy life, right? You can take on the world. Because if you like something and lots of people don't like it, you can still choose to like it. If you don't like something and most people don't like something, you can choose to agree with them, right? That's great. If you know the realities of something, you don't necessarily have to feel bad about doing something because you can transform it. So if something sucks, you could say, well, I kind of like it. Let's make it better. That is something that doesn't exist. It rarely exists anymore, in my opinion. Niches are undervalued in your opinion? Exactly. Exactly. Niches are getting drowned. It's getting drowned out by optimization. Like when someone says like here's a great example. Someone said like their friend ignored them once, right? And they can't be friends anymore because they prefer to do something else. Oh, there, Danny. We're kind of in the midst of a digression now. And instead of trying to figure it out for themselves if their friend is actually ignoring them, they decided basically to take the statistical average of what it could mean by their favorite popular influencer or some form of statistical average and determine that it's not worth investing anymore. And my question is, how long did it take you to do that versus going up to your friend and asking them? Or your former friend or your ex-friend asking them. Now, there is if everyone's the same problem here, right? What if the friend is also poor at communication and does the same thing? Then yes, they would reach a mutual conclusion that they can't be friends anymore. That's great, I suppose, in a very mutualistic, adult, like cold way. To me, that's a silver lining, because that also means that they're in the future, they're not going to engage in conflict resolution or like any form of consolidation or normalizing how to overcome or create interest between people. Like the first apprehension that most younger people have is that when there is no interest, there can be no interest, right? If something is terrible, it can't ever be made good. It's predeterministic. Most things are deterministic. Like if this person and you look at this person and you're like, okay, right now, there's no possible way we can be friends. It's in the stats already. So, you look and you're like, well, can't you make new interest? Sometimes you don't get to choose your friends. Hold on to that. Let's go to parents instead, right? When you are having classmates or born into a family, your first thought is, well, my parents don't like anything I like. Like, have you tried bringing them into what you like through communication? Or has your parents given you the opportunity to bring you into their interest? The idea of becoming interested in something because you have someone you like being interested in something is rarely a solution or a possibility. Like gathering inspiration and collaborating is not among the common, it's among the rare, because those examples are extraordinary, exceptional examples. So the more common day is the superficial statistical stuff. In my opinion, it's oddly weird that now I'm thinking of objective statistics as a way to superficially understand things, but it is in its own right the new age profiling skill, right? And I still use these statistical averages, by the way. It's the door. It's to get in the door and then find out what isn't a statistical average. What is the idiosyncrasy of combinations of the person? Unfortunately, I think I have like a 5% success rate of getting past statistical averages. And I think that's because of the internet hustle culture. The normalization of hyper-objective, quote-unquote, opinions or thoughts makes it so that you don't have to do any of that. So if you don't do any of that, you don't create any experiences to do it. So whenever someone says, like, I'm learning a language, but I'm having trouble speaking that language, I'm like, I can understand that because from the English you're using, you are unable to do that in English, your native language. In a very like loose case. So the idea is communication is more than simply learning the semantics and the knowledge of what you're looking at. How can you express it to someone else? And in a way, to learn the essence of like Japanese and Chinese is hopefully going to make that connection again, like try to explore that connection, right? That's why I really like language learning. Going back to language learning, to encourage language learning is also to encourage a potential chance that the interest in the language will also get them to attempt to connect to in a humanly way, right? Some part that allows them to undergo a self-discovery process. Making a video game, drawing a portrait, writing a story, creating journals, recording yourself doing something that you decided to do because you want to. Any type of form of, I'm not saying to change your entire life and uproot your entire life for the creation, is to bend your free time so that when it is your free time, you aren't dictating, you aren't getting dictated by whatever it is that's not coming from you. And the word inspiration has really lost its tangibility, I suppose. It's like figurative tangibility. The nature that when someone says, "Oh yeah, I'm doing research." Okay. I'm not sure if research is self-motivated anymore. I understand research can be objective. That's what I kind of did for quite a long time in my life. But I don't think research is ever self-motivated a lot of times. It's usually when problems come up, they do research. And research is a response to obligation. We got busy doing laundry. What's good? Okay. Well, I hope laundry went well. Danny. Oh. Anyways, that's why I'm doing art, by the way, learning Japanese and Chinese. I hope, Beep, you are among the ones that will breathe life in the future with all your skills. You know, building yourself up and then slowly continuing to make people like to live and contribute and make other people like to live and contribute. I feel that it's ironic that a platform like YouTube and Twitch, the more common interactions I have nowadays is seemingly just talking passionlessly at each other. Not with each other, passionately at each other. Right? They see a video, they're like, did you know that the true fact of this thing is that it was technically not this, so you guys are all wrong. Goodbye. There's no goodbye, obviously. Goodbye would be a stretch, because that would impose a sentiment of human communication that you're saying goodbye to someone. Usually is a state of fact and statistics, and then that's where the conversation revolves around. Then someone will counter with another one and another one. Now, there is also the disguised statistic. And the disguised statistic is the we do things. They do things like this. As opposed to, I find it very interesting that I don't do this despite other people or other things do this. There's no I and the statistic. It's we are the statistic. So then you have power, but complete lack of individuality. Like a balance of individuality in that part. So things like, oh yeah, we never do this. Like you and Whose Army. Like, the nebulous internet that reminded me that all Italians do this and all Chinese Americans do this. You're part of that they and we. Like, what do you think? What do you do? When someone tries to explain to me a concept, they think, I think this is what they think. I'm like, what do you think? Start there. And I would love to go with you and brainstorm about those. Because I don't think personally for me, I don't want people thinking that they have to be right, be interesting, or be right to like be memorable. Like it almost feels like I'm gonna get some heat for this. Being factually correct when you're talking with someone, when you're trying to create empathy, is not the major objective. At least I don't think it is. I don't want that to be the major objective. It creates soulless talking. Like, guys, I mean, soulless talking is great in science when you're like talking about statistics and objective research and stuff. I do that day in and day out every single day when I was in graduate school, right? We talk about the chemical reactions and the protein, like the probabilistic states of the protein of the substance X that we're looking at with the propensity of, I don't know, integration at this site. So, I don't know, SP.1236 or something, right? That's great. That's also work. And it's also balanced by the people who are making those. Like, we still talk about how, oh, this could be problematic. Maybe we should consider this thing. Have you gotten anything? There's still an ebb and flow between the people who are slinging facts around. At this point, I think the average communication skills is at least that, which is great. I think it's awesome. I think also that it's an overcompensation for the lack of subjectivity as well. So inherently, I'm gonna be really, this is a bit of a satire, a parody. I think the internet reflects so many things that's what made my childhood self so cold-hearted. And it also is a driver of success. I'm totally with that. Because if you're learning Japanese and Chinese, you're probably going to learn a lot about the Japanese and Chinese culture, right? And one of the things that are facing the Japanese and Chinese culture is not because they're not pragmatic, objective, incredibly driven. It's more like a lot of times intimacy, lovelessness, apathy, and cold-hearted objectivity is very predominant and overrepresented. So, yes, I was a teenage robot until I got some augmentations in college and graduate school, right? And the internet is on that trend at the moment. It's not to say that it's any one culture's fault or something like that. It demonstrates the principles that when most things become hyper-objective, subjectivity goes out the window. Right? And if subjectivity goes out the window, then of course, out goes the window is passion. Out goes the window of individuality. Out goes the window of niche and idiosyncrasies. Out goes the window of creative output. And in comes the potential that somehow, in a crazy world, most people believe that their creativity can be replaced by statistical averages. And I'm talking about the question that I get answered I typically have to answer all the time when I'm learning, right? When I'm learning something, I'm gonna get this question: are you replaceable by AI? Are you replaceable? The things you do, are you replaceable by an algorithm that calculates the statistical averages of a human data sample? Like, well, yes, if you behave like the statistical average, or like if you objectively view your life as a collection of data that you gravitate towards the highest propensity and maximized frequency of success based on the entire data set of humans, if you believe in that and you do those things, then yes, you can probably be substituted by an AI. The last time I checked, AI doesn't do art like me because it is incredibly inefficient. It's incredibly inefficient. It's backwards. There's a lot of errors. Like, my lighting doesn't make any sense because it communicates a sense of feeling. Like my art doesn't make sense. My rant right now, this very rant, the one thing that makes me not sound like my scientific self, by the way, ChatGPT, really excellent at sounding like a scientific article that I would publish myself. But that's not where humanity ends. I can tell you why I wrote those things in my article and, my publications. There's a story behind them. You cannot be replaced because the AI didn't experience your life. So if you're not part of the process, it's easy to think that most of the things you can do get replaced because you have no sense of what the journey and the process is like. You didn't do it. So if you haven't been exposed to that yet, it can be very easy to say it's easier to do by just getting something else to be done. It's kind of like someone who finds reward for the first time in their life by planting a vegetable garden in their backyard. And they tell themselves when they eat the tomato, it just tastes better. When you cooked it, you grew it. Despite knowing that the most efficient way and possibly objectively even more experienced way is to hire a professional chef with a farmer who has hundreds of years of experience to prepare all this if they have the resource. Despite all of that, there's a subjective quality nature in being able to appreciate the process. So I love using food as a great example because I'm not saying people have lost this desire. In fact, there are great, extraordinary content creators. They are not normal. Like, they're not the rule. The extraordinary content creators are the ones that are able to basically confirm that humans still desire to be part of the process, right? Especially cooking channels. There are very specific influencers. Cooking makes food taste better. But hear me out, it may not necessarily be objectively true, but it is most definitely subjectively true. And without that subjectivity, sometimes when statistics hit you with a no-win situation, like death in the family, like grief, poverty, unluckiness, those things are objectively always going to suck. You have subjectivity left to compensate, cope, become stronger, happy. Those things are balanced by the human subjectivity. And to me, that's the testament in which why I feel like there is a connection between the increasing occurrence of apathy, nihilism, poor coping strategies, introversion, isolation, lots of isolation, associated with incredibly knowledgeable people. And I think the average knowledgeable people, as knowledge base goes up and age goes down, that type of behavior goes up. So you get to the point where they know a lot of things. They can probably do so many things, but they choose not to because there's no reason to do it if the facts are somebody else have done it. Talking the statistical average made you laugh out loud because it's so true. People do that, but they miss out on what they'll understand with nuance. Yeah. Experience, nuance, it's so tough. I was watching oh wait, it's referring to Danny's the documentary again. I'm guilty of this, by the way. I'm totally guilty of this. Like, I know for sure that if I saw a beautiful mosaic photograph of the Grand Canyon, for example, it would be pale in comparison to me actually going to the Grand Canyon and seeing it for myself. That used to be like a joke. Like in my younger years, that used to be a joke because people still could appreciate what it's like to experience something. You know, the whole touch grass, go out indoor. In my opinion, during my teenage years, that was the beginning of the trend of everyone stay in your house. Don't worry about the experiences. You can always have a vicarious parasocial relationship experience through technology, right? And I lived that life all the way till I was 18 until I had to go. I had to leave the house. At least I told myself, when my family told me that I had to go. And when I had to go, it was about eating, socializing, learning how to speak, speaking to different people, having arguments, the chaos or the organized chaos, the possibilities of life and experiences. Now, there is another angle which where I've completely ignored, and that's the idea that there are also times when humans don't even have this luxury, these opportunities, these accessibilities. So right now, I'm specifically only talking about people who have chosen and they have the privilege to spend their spare time and their free time, right? And the first thing they focus on is how upset they are that they're not good enough to do what they freely chose to do because they can. But it's not because they can. They only choose to freely do those hobbies because it's the thing that everyone else is doing. And if they can't be as good as everyone else who's doing those things, they no longer like it, but they learn to hate it. So they love to hate the thing, and that's how they spend their free time. Like the grind. And I'm not talking about people who love the grind. Typically, the word grind is associated with negativity, consistent lack of progress, and very long gestation periods of reward. To me, when I meet someone and they use grind in the way that I use grind, I know that I'm talking to the rare person. The person who knows that when you're grinding, you're dedicating all your free time to that because nothing is stopping you. It is the best thing. It has its ups and downs, but it is the grind. It is the thing that no one can stop you from doing because this is your free time to choose based on your identity what it is. And that's kind of what we were talking, the theme of the last week, because I've met someone recently, Danny, who has that perspective. You know, we still go to work, we still do our taxes, and at least I do my taxes. You know, we still eat, feed ourselves, go to bed and stuff. But when you're talking about your free time, and I'm so happy, Beep, that you talk as though you're sharing your hobbies, right? Your passion, your self-improvement. Because whenever someone talks about their hobbies, I think more than 50% of them talk about their hobbies like it's something they don't want to do. It's not, it's uninspiring. And what I mean is, it's not uninspiring as in it's mundane. It's uninspiring because it's lacking beauty. It's lacking energy. It's lacking contagion, right? When you see someone who is passionate and they say, "This is my hobby. Hey, if you have time, just give me 5 minutes, right? Like, I want to tell you more about why this is exciting." Or when I ask a question, it's like, "Oh, so what are you doing right now? Like, it's your day off. So what do you do?" The first thing I would love to see that's more common is immediately there's like this diarrhea of like, "Hey, oh, so today I got to do this. I'm hitting up that new game, by the way, because I've been looking forward to it, and so on. So that disappeared, in my opinion. It's disappeared more than 50% of the time. Instead, someone would say, "Oh, I'm just gonna vibe and log into Fortnite for the 6,000th hour. I don't know, just play a few Fortnite games, and then okay, tell me about the Fortnite games, please. Tell me something that you're looking forward to. Why do you log in to the Fortnite games? Like, is there something about Fortnite that you still look forward to? It's not a form of habit in which you're occupying time, in which you're absent-mindedly grinding your life away. That's, by the way, this is my passion. I'm sorry, Beep. I didn't warn you in advance, but the stuff I'm talking about, every single day, I have. If I am, I'm not a negative person, so I don't like kicking people in the butt. Instead, I like to talk about realities and then what they could be, like with high energy, and then see if I can, spark some, inspire some gusto in a way, but not in like a demeaning way, like, oh, you're just lazy. Go and actually do something productive. No, that works for some people, but that's what I mean. When I ask a hobby, I hope it's a hobby. But boy howdy, I can tell you now, it often feels like hobbies are either jobs or sources of demotivation. People get more demotivated by talking about their hobby over time. Like, it's electric when someone is passionate about the thing and it just gets me to do it, right? That was what content creation vision was. You meet someone who's incredibly charismatic and they start talking about what's the importance of waiting for paint to dry, and you're like, I don't know, paint drying is so boring, but when this person talks about it, I kind of want to watch paint drying. That's what I mean. You don't get that more than the, oh, my hobby is artwork. It's going. Like, I don't really have anything going in artwork. Like, but it's your hobby. But come on. You gotta impress upon me why it's your hobby. Because if it's your hobby, it's your lifeblood. It's the thing that will counter and like be a source of ever living life and color in your life. Why have you chosen to express something like that in that terms? Like, and hear me out, you can say negative things about it. I say negative things about language learning, like that I've experienced, but they are with great ambition. It's like, oh, hey, man, I'm struggling with this particular subset. All right. You know what? Next week, I got to figure out what I can do about it. I got to get good, like by my own standards. And that is how I feel about what a passion and a hobby is. Now, the difference now is it's statistical averages that grind the person down. Like, oh, am I going too slow? I've only learned like 100 lessons in a year. Is that too slow? Like, I'm kind of worried, because if it's too slow, I just feel like it's unrewarding, and it's, well, that person already have their answer. If you're already asking that question and you're like feeling really negative and you only ask a question and share things in the negative, I think there's it people like myself, I would say, can attempt to encourage that person to find positivity and possibilities in their demeanor and mindset. However, the self can produce so much of that as well, and it's very disheartening every time I read it. Like, yeah, I've been working at this, I've been doing artwork. This is literally an example from this week. I've met someone who said the way they introduce themselves is they've been doing art their entire life. And then it was immediately followed by my art isn't good enough. And then immediately followed by that is I don't care what other people think. And immediately after, like, it keeps stacking. Right? And you might be thinking, well, isn't identity part of not caring what other people think? It's like, well, that's different because the way this person described it is they can't be inspired by other people either. And they don't want things to change as well. So that screams a different situation where someone sounds like they're unhappy and the first thing they do is to block all forms of inspiration. Not that I feel that the sources that this person might engage in would provide an adequate area of simulation. One of the topics we talked about maybe 2 days ago was the idea that there are that's funny because Danny Jose presentation from, I'm guessing, Berkeley, when they were talking about the tri like taxonomy, the 3 prongs: environment, right? Environment, identity, and as well as support, right? Those things are major contributors to your own ambitions and the health and development of the person's success, identity, right? Growth of the child. We're talking about like children's education right now, like raising opportunities and whatnot. And one of them is the environment already sucks, in my opinion. It's very deficient because the algos, the lots of conveniences pigeonhole you selectively into one thing. It's changing. It's definitely changing. The things are starting to move away from things, right? Discoverability and serendipity is kind of being artificially injected into a selective environment. So you have your environment. That's kind of down on the poop chute a little bit. Now what about support system? Well, everyone believes everyone is an introvert. So support systems are kind of in the pooper scooper. So there's one last prong of this. Self-motivation and identity, right? Your identity. But if you're like 16 and you're still looking for that, that goes in the pooper scooper too. So now we're having a competition at which factor drowns out a child, like the dynamics of childhood development. It's crazy. It's a trifecta. You legitimately drown out all 3 sources. That sounds like a dire situation, but I don't think 100% of everyone has lost all of these sources. However, the goal now, at least going to end this like digression, the goal now is it would be great to at least encourage certain people, the people who are in position, to slowly like resonate. Because if one person can become 2, they can become 4, they can become 8, and normalize that crazy useful. I'm not saying it's not useful. 38 years old. The internet is like incredibly useful. But I know how it's useful to me. I know how it's useful to my community. I know how it's useful to my family. It's different when you're going to the internet to try to be told how to be useful. And that's the only source of usefulness. So what is the internet telling you that you're useful when you're playing a gacha game? A source of money. Right? So where are you going to get your reward? Spending money in the video game. Are there any other way to get reward by using that money? No, because that's probably the only thing the algo is telling you. Go play more gacha games. Or go play more Souls-like games. If you're learning one language, you might as well go learn 16 more languages based on objective facts and not the culture that's involved in it. Because the most feedback you get are the numbers go up syndrome. Right? If you're making friends, you hope to keep making more friends and not ever lose friends. The moment you lose friends, it means you're making negative progress. So you might as well not make friends at all, because you know that statistically people lose friends as they get older. Because the conception of higher quality of sentimental subjectivity and value is non-existent yet. You cannot find sentimentalism in things that are objectively valued solely if you haven't experienced it. Like sitting down, closing your eyes, and taking in the moment at a bench side in front of a lake next to your mother. You cannot appreciate those things if you haven't ever done those things. Because the first thing you would think about is, well, if you spent 30 minutes sitting down next to your mother enjoying the sunset, you could be 30 minutes clicking some heads and increasing your KDA in Fortnite. Right? Like perspective. Perspective is subjective, not objective. I'm like not solely objective. Okay. That was a little grim, but we'll wrap it up with a more optimistic, cautiously optimistic. I think the platform is changing. The platform is changing. Humans are becoming aware, at least the people who are responsible, like have the power to do so. I think tides are changing, and I look forward to it. I look forward when the common response from a young person is, hey, you know what? I want to be a movie star. I want to be an astronaut, but let's just do whatever and see what sticks. But I kind of want to be those things. And then one day they ended up saying, oh no, you know what? I didn't end up becoming an astronaut, a movie star, but I ended up writing scripts for writing scripts for my favorite TV show or something like that. So what happens is you still aspire to have a guiding hand on your passion, and it leads you somewhere. Statistically, it rarely ever leads you exactly to where your naive self will think it's going to go. But by the time you get to that position, you will be a human that appreciates the thing that happened there, if you have the privilege to do so. So I'm speaking specifically for those who can still choose these things. Where there's a whole nother area of people who don't. We'll talk about that another time. So auspicious thinking, right? Auspicious thinking. You thought recently that what creates meaning is decisions. The fact that something was chosen and pursued among all possibilities by a human is what gives it meaning. Absolutely. And then, beep, when I read that, the first thing I can think about is someone coming by and say, dude, it's not that deep. A true story. The moment I start like babbling about the things I'm passionate about, and then they don't want to keep up, they're like, dude, chill out, it's not that deep. Like, oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you, and for you to disappoint me, that you don't find that this is deep enough for you to be involved. Because the thing that brings meaning and happiness is when it becomes that deep. Like, I don't care if you absolutely love praying mantises. Show me how deep it is. When you're excited and you're stimulated and you're like going balls to the wall, that's you got me. I'm in your field, man. The difference between a charismatic leader and like a wonderful thought that it, like, I got more. Let's talk about, like, let's language learn this. There are English phrases and it's called, it's called cliche terminating, or yeah, it's kind of like terminating cliche or cliche terminating statements, right? This is how you can determine the hallmark of someone who is potentially in a passionless background, because it's a great way to terminate other people's passions because they refuse or am absent of appreciating what passion is, right? What's a cliche terminating? It's not that deep. Dude, no one cares. Agree to disagree. Oh, sure, that's what you think. You do you, buddy. I don't understand, and I probably never understand. It's like, man, I just disagree with you because you're just plain wrong. Nah, that's not worth it because there are already someone who has done it. Man, we're just different people, so give up. Well, they don't say give up. It's just, we're just different people. Like, oh, well, we can never understand each other anyways. Those are cliche terminating sentences because they are cliche because they're true. Objectively, they are true. Not subjectively. Objectively, they are true. Two human beings may never fully understand each other. That is a cliche, and it is objectively true. You terminated a discussion aiming to be empathetic and trying to get to know each other by stating something that's objectively true, irrefutable, and it ends the discussion because it demonstrates your apathy immediately. That's language. That is a command of linguistics, or more so communication skills. The moment you find, and hear me out, I do it too. From time to time, I'm like, I catch myself and I think to myself, did I just lose the other person? Right? Because my goal is to connect with the other person. So if I have a tendency to say like, oh yeah, it's really difficult. Man, it sucks that I can't explain it. That is admitting, but also not trying sometimes, right? That sounds a little less extreme, but most of the time it comes off as, oh, we just have different lives. Yeah, and now we have nothing to talk about. Well, I will still try, but the next thing that comes after we have different lives is that you don't understand, and or you're wrong, and then they leave. Because when you get close to this cliche terminating thing, it means put the fries in the bag, chief. That's another one, by the way. Put the fries in the bag is a cliche terminating statement. Because it's a meme, right? What's another one? I got all of these because the most common thing I collect over time are these cliches. These cliches are, oh, get good, just play, just do it, it's that easy, it's not that hard, I just hate it. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Tons of, and most of them are negative, terminating. They are contrasting, not comparing. Not comparing. You're not comparing things. You are contrasting things, because contrasting things make it so that it's impossible to be interested. When you say that, oh yeah, you'll never understand, that's it. That's done. It's 0 and 1. The cue is to leave. The cue is to stop. It's easier, and this is avoidant behavior. It doesn't get easier when you don't do it. Like, one day you're gonna meet your hero that you want to work with, and they're saying like, hey, you want to hang out, and then you have conditioned yourself with all the possible skills to disagree with the person, but you have yet to ever naturally create empathy and interest with the other person. And then guess what? In my opinion, I would bet against the person and say they probably end up not liking their hero because they are hyper focused on how their hero is different from the image they have in their head of their hero. And then you get that another negative cliche terminating statement, oh, never meet your heroes. I'm like, trust me, if I meet anybody that I want to meet, I will look for ways of commonality, right? Because you can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you never relate to people, if you never try to relate to people, and it gets harder, right? That you get older, you get stuck even further in your ways. So never meet your heroes, that's a really negative sentiment. And that is a cliche that still stands the test of time today. Not that deep for them, so I'll just enjoy the depths over here by myself again. So the one that bugs you the most is you just don't understand, but what they actually mean is that they negatively judge that thing. Exactly, Beep. Absolutely. Now, I kind of try to turn it on its head, and I tell them I feel like that's a negative statement. Hear me out. If I will never understand, would you be willing to try still? Because if there's anything I can think of, a challenge is very rewarding. So, you know, make something negative, but at the same time, present another negative thing, but as an opportunity instead. But low success. We're already at low success when someone says, I just don't understand, or you don't understand. It's already hitting like it's off a cliff. So you're trying to bring it back, right? As if not understanding is a justification to view something negatively. Yes. Difference is viewed as a justification for apathy. Trying to learn something, you know, if I use the word learn, it's never associated with the justification for being different and trying to understand something you don't understand yet. Right? But the moment the word learn comes in, it somehow forms a double standard in which like learn is a positive thing. So I use the word learn as opposed to different. So when someone says, I don't understand, educate me. And if they say, nah, it's not worth my time, then I have my answer. And that's what happened like recently in like the last week. Someone said they made excuses by saying, oh yeah, well, I can't text very well, like I wish we could speak over the mic, and because I can only communicate during... Hear me out. If your value system is that you don't care about anyone and your justification is that we are different people, it doesn't matter if you speak really well or type really well or what have you. We haven't even addressed the thing that you're avoiding. The fact that, do you even intend to educate me or try to understand, like, or get me to understand? If you don't try and have the intent on doing so already, we can still do the speaking thing, but it's often not, that's not the excuse that I'm looking for. That's an excuse. It's very difficult to overcome the idea that if you do not intend to do something, and most of the stuff that gives you a reason not to do it, those are excuses. I actually, the last thing I talked to this person, it's like, okay, well, the person said, will you listen? And I'm like, yeah, go ahead. Pause for 5 minutes, a huge paragraph comes on, and that person said, nah, it would take too long to type all these things. You would never understand. It's just, I'd rather not try. It's like, okay, well, thank you for clearing the matter, because when you told me you care, you didn't. And I'm okay with that. You don't have to like worry about my feelings and pretend like you're someone that you're not, right? When you're constantly saying you want it to be loving and caring and learning things, I really do believe that. So let's try to do that. And ultimately, I got the other side of the thing, whereas oh, it's too hard to communicate, it's too hard to do this and that, so therefore that's me trying. And I'm like, okay, I guess. I mean, I can be self-centered too, for sure, and I'll tell you when I'm self-centered. That's being aware of who you are, right? That's the other consequence of this being detached from your own identity, is that there are quite a lot of individuals, in my opinion, I would say 30-40%, they would say what they want to be and they behave like something they don't know they are doing. To me, as in, like, they're demonstrating to me something that they want, that they aren't desiring to be. So for example, someone says like, oh yeah, you know, I have a lot of empathy, I relate to people all the time, and my first thought is, oh, how do you know that? Like, can you explain to me how you know you empathize with people all the time? It's like, oh, well, you know, like, people told me that I always am a good listener and I do a lot of things for people. Okay, can you tell me how that links to empathy? Like, are you able to not say anything about yourself? Like, so inevitably, when someone says they were very empathetic and whatnot, nearly 90% of the person's statement was about themselves. Like, not about anyone else, not about how someone influenced them, how they exchange ideas, or interacting with another person. Most of the statement was about themselves and what they did for someone else, and not how they interact and responded to what they did. That is different. That's like watching a parasocial role model, you know, an influencer, and they were convinced they're like them, but didn't do any of the actions or behavior because that wasn't shown on parasocial. Like, what does an empathetic person look like? Just throw it out there. When someone says I'm a very loving person, my first question is, may I ask, what are your thoughts about that qualifies a loving person? And I am there. I'm there to hear their explainer. However, it ends up being something like, oh, you know, like this person and this person. It's like, well, I don't know those people. Can you explain it to me? Like, can you explain to me why is it that these people? Hear me out though. I do try to know enough people who people can reference, so that way we can talk about it, despite the person probably not giving me a great explainer as to why they know these things. Because in my opinion, if you get someone to do that, you'll make them want to live and discover themselves. Because if you have to explain something to someone else, it means you have value. Sorry, my plug for teaching. You don't have to be a teacher to be a passionate inspiration. You don't have to be a teacher to be able to impart wisdom to another person and value your own wisdom to give to another person. So if it takes asking a question about their lives every single day so that they can teach me something about themselves, I am certainly here to do that. And that's probably where I would end. So if you have something interesting to tell me, by all means, go right ahead. Know that you will also have to spend and invest time in yourself to answer questions for me, because I'm listening, and that creates value for the time that you invest in yourself and your interests. I can't tell you how many times the whole point of me being in existence is to hear someone rant and complain about how much they hate grinding the skill that they want to be good at. That's fine. Learn the things that make that grind sucky. If you can explain it to me, there's something you can work with. You can work with why those things are sucky, and you can make them less sucky when you're able to explain it to another person. Usually, ideally, you would hope that the person can explain it to themselves. But generally speaking, the internet has removed the need to have to explain it to yourself. When you suck at a language, where do you go? You go to Google and find out why it sucks, why you suck at the language. Right? Not you don't necessarily have to do any self-discovery anymore. Whenever you have a problem and say, man, I'm starting to, I can't seem to remember this character. Let's go have someone explain my problem to me. Again, not 1, 0, or 1s. The idea is the tendency is overrepresented by one of them. You find out what your problem is. You go to other places to find your problems. Like, it's true, but you can also do more. You can definitely do more than have someone else tell you what your problems are. I totally understand that experts are great, influencers are great, but when you look at someone, you can also ask, because that guy's parasocial, right? So they don't know you exist. They don't have like your medical records and stuff. You can ask your friends and your family to like corroborate this. When I think I have a problem, I first think, okay, well, what other problems other people have? Do other people have the same problems? And then are they like my problem? That's what I think about. It's a combination of the two. The other nature, and this happens with health, fitness, creativity, in even some of my friends that I know, when you look on the internet, it will convince you what the problem is if you don't even know what the problem is. So how much agency do you have? How much part of you and your knowledge and your wisdom are you integrating to tell you if something is reasonable or not? So when you think you have cancer and you're like, I don't know if this is cancer, you go online, you have cancer. That's it. Like, because there's nothing that's going to counterbalance that. Like, do you suck at art? You Google, do you suck at art? You suck at art. That's it. Like, what is the best art? Well, not you. Because that's literally the truth. It's not you. You're not looking at something that's you yet. There's no connection yet between the current state of you and the example you are looking at. So when you are younger and really young and you're lacking identity, and this still happens in adults, like an adult that has to learn a very new skill, it can still happen to adults. It stops adults from being younger again to do things. When you look for a hobby, you know, oh, I always wanted to be a guitarist, but I never had. I purchased the guitar and it's sitting. This is me, by the way. I'm not using someone else's example. I purchased 2 guitars and like, I'm just looking at it in the corner. It's collecting dust, right? 7 years down the line, like, oh yeah, I watch all these people make great guitar music tutorials. I watch a lot of tutorials and that guitar is still sitting in the corner. It's actually right there. Like, I know it's past the camera, but just imagine behind you. So you're the camera. Behind you is a guitar. 2 guitars. And that still happens to me. And with all the things that I said, I think it's far easier for younger people who are less experienced to do that too. And that's what in my opinion, that's what the internet does. It convinces you of everything if you don't have a sense of self. Do you want to try to play some guitar for us right now? No, I can't. But I have a project. I have a project for 2027. We're going to make music sometime. I was a violinist before I was a guitarist. There was a time that I did play the guitarist, by the way. And then there was a time that I played violin for like 3 or 4 years. Yeah, it's gonna be 2027 or it's probably 2027 because 2026 is kind of like all booked up. So maybe. We gotta find time to weave it in. But I have like a project that will keep me honest on the guitar side of things. You appreciate me sharing your wisdom. Got you thinking more deeply that most of what I find online these days refreshing. Oh, okay. Yeah, like I appreciate the compliment. I'm terrible at appreciating compliments, so I try. Like, I hope this is gonna be a social norm in the future. There was another angle that I was talking about before about incentivizing the ratio of inspirees to inspirations, but there's so many angles. And I look forward to, if you ever create an essay, you were talking about like writing and producing something. I look forward to seeing what you have in store, Pete. And obviously, Danny, one day, Danny, we're gonna be watching your family cartoon. And whatever you have going, Rala, like, whatever you have going, feel free. Like, I am unapologetic in talking about people that I have the privilege of talking about what they've made. It doesn't have to be mine, because a single person can only do so much in a lifetime. So if I have a story to tell, because hey, you heard that guy, that guy right there, that product that you like, I know that person. Let me tell you a little bit about that person, because that person took their time to be able to express it to other people and teach their passion to other people. So let me tell you about them, right? Impressionable. And you can be, anyone besides the guys here. I hope whoever sees this for posterity, my future self, I don't really have to tell my future self. I highly anticipate that my future self will be even more vibrant than I am now, because I've only become more vibrant over the years as opposed to my teenager self. Don't talk to my 18-year-old self. My 18-year-old self will say, don't do something unless you know you're the best. Don't do something unless you know you can do it the best. That was my 18-year-old self. The self that has no form of subjectivity. And that was before the internet. So what did I want to be when I was born? A doctor, obviously. Did I become a doctor? Sort of. Semantically, I did. And I do it with a smile. And my family understands too. Time kind of changes us all in some way. All right. Now I'm gonna wrap up HanziHero. So I have two prompts to do today, and I think they're probably gonna take like 2 hours each. Hopefully, they're kind of fun art experiments. More experiments. All right, let's go over all this again. Yep, drawing a blank. Okay. T. Heck. Yeah. Oh. Sure. The. Hong. Oh. It's also one thing I really find rewarding about mnemonics is the idea that you've only seen something like twice today, and then you can like digress all you want, and then you can come back and you can still remember all of them. It's so much fun. So much fun to find that like grasp of that reward. Like, can you remember like 30 things while being distracted and manically talking about something passionate, and then immediately go back to talking about or recalling the things you've just learned today? That, I wish, this is a selfish wish, I hope everyone lives to their dying days with that capacity. Your brain, being human, is so wonderful that you can do that. Obviously, you don't have to have like perfect memory or anything. The idea is being rewarded with being able to get that stimulation for your brain. You know, your brain is also how you conceive happiness and that type of thing. So get it. That sounded like a terminating cliche terminating statement. Get it. But a positive one, not a negative one, you know? Alright. Let's get back to this. Now what are these? Kinda hard to read that. What is that stone? I see the Chang. Oh, that's supposed to be Kwang. I might have to increase the resolution of this window. I think the characters are getting way too condensed. Huan Tang, which is general. How's it? K. That looks like Yin. Yin Chang. No, Yin Chang. Qi Fu. Changping. Bowan. Mai Chang. Okay. Xian Po.接什么？接纳。接纳是什么 ？Admit。起住。ね ？No。何これ？booklet. I can't. Is that horse? Okay. So. Yen. 起燕。港口。容纳。收藏。Heck. Alright, let's go. Let's see. We have Kirby. So Kirby is in the house, playing, doing cute things. Kirby is being cute. He's building a fort, right? He's building a fort where he's converted some clothing hampers and then have like a toy gun, a toy handgun, and a compass in hand with a really fun little flag on top of this fort. That's Kirby. And playing fort. Okay, and then we have Yugi. So Yugi is in the bathroom of his house. And of course, Yugi be doing Yugi things. Suddenly, a heckin' space capsule shows up. And I don't know how to space capsule, actually. And it's... Yeah, I don't actually know the space capsule stroke order. Kind of a weird... I'm guessing you do the zip and then you fill the zip in. So something like this. The space capsule might come next, and then you finish the zip. So the space capsule suddenly lands, and out comes the space capsule are a bunch of sayings talking about his reputation in the Shadow Realm. Yugi. Typical day. Then we have Bart Simpson once again in the bathroom of the barn. He's still upset that it's winter, right? He doesn't like doing chores. So he decided that on this winter day, he took some seaweed from the farm. Seaweed from the farm. Dust off the snowflakes, right? Dust off the snowflakes. And then set it on fire to try to get the manure to explode. No one said Bart Simpson was bright. At least I don't think manure explodes, but there you have it. And then we have Shrek, who is in the bathroom of the electricity plant where he works. He has to deal with a problem only he can do. So he's there's a flood. So the bathroom ended up flooding. And he's wading through the flood to try to get to the source of the flood by taking very, very careful steps right towards it. He's an ogre, don't worry. Very strong. Strunk. He's probably used to sewage. Maybe throw that in a little bit. Right. Then we have Diddy Kong. This is probably the weakest one. So Diddy Kong is in front of a house. Wait, this might actually be the bakery. Oh no, it isn't. Just in front of a house while he was running around, right? Diddy Kong did be Diddy Konging. And then he noticed a really annoying lawn. Let's just say he noticed a lawn with an antique sprinkler that keeps spraying water everywhere. And he thought it would be kind of funny if he just dropped a bunch of banana into the sprinkler and clog it up. It's drop. Then we have Tarzan, who is in the temple. He found a copper mask. Or is that bronze? No, he found a copper mask. Right, metal mask. That all the monks are starting to worship him because I don't know, he doesn't really know what's going on with Tarzan. He found a secret relic in the forest. Now we have Popeye. Popeye, this one's the weirdest one, I think. Popeye is in the bathroom of his house. Popeye. Ooh, he converted the bathtub, right? The bathtub into like the bathroom into a shop where he converted the bathtub to store his like metal trellises. Metal trellises in which he's like innovating to create like a botanical spinach production thing so that you can sell some homegrown spinach which is spinach. Alright. We have 3 characters that were weak today. Sure. That's the most disappointing one. Sure. You don't see this alone. It's usually 开始, or 始め, or 始める, or 始まる, right? Sure. For start. 就 for at once. 就是 Dang it. Oh, usually I'm pretty decent at recalling my mess ups. What did I miss in my head? Oh, because of the butler versus dog versus mutant thing. So 就 heck. Dang it. Maybe I can change this up. I did change this up, right? Oh, the Capitol building. Rough one. Capitol building. Alright, so this is where Jimmy is juggling a lot of things at once. Wait, is this Capitol building? Alright, so Jimmy is juggling a lot of things at once. And he had to drop, right? He had to drop what he was cooking, what he was baking at the bakery. And step out to the bathroom to pick up a call from the Capitol about a mutant rampage. At once is the... I know. It's a... Don't ask. And then we have Deal. Deal is still disappointing. And Deal is disappointing because I missed the elbow thing. So this is Diddy Kong getting an extra elbow, like an extra hand help. Or private instead. We're gonna just use private stash from now on. So he has a private stash with like his croissants that he yoinks from the bakery, as well as his scepter. He's just double checking because he accidentally lost his scepter, right? The loss is heal. That's it. That's it for HanziHero today. I don't know if you're gonna watch this later. 谢谢. Always feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero, give it a try, let me know what you think. And to echo our little like 2 to 3 hour discussion on the side, you're always welcome to come on by, yap, share something, maybe occasionally stay for some questioning or whatnot. Be interested in your life, right? If at all, if you think your life is not interesting, try explaining it to someone. Or ask yourself, how would you explain it to someone? Because I can tell you now, there's a lot of writing on the side that I would love to share every once in a while when it relates to another person. Feel free, right? Come on by, let's exchange some anecdotes, brainstorm some strategies, keep each other motivated, right? So for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, stretch a bit, and then we have like 6-7 hours of drawing to do. Hopefully less than 7 hours. We got a double prompt coming up for Inktober, and I look forward to it. I'll be back. Thank you.